Take note of a late scratching in race 3, the first of the harness events. Late scratching of 1, Let's Have Fun on Vet's Advice. Race 3, scratch 1, Let's Have Fun, a late scratching on Vet's Advice. Well, a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to King Island Beef Day, the second meeting of the King Island Racing Club season. 7 events on the program, 5 thoroughbreds and 2 harness events for us to enjoy this afternoon. The Karataki Angus Andrew James Maiden Handicap is our first event over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Make False Report. Jim Taylor and Randy Tan team up with this 6-year-old gelding, whose first up was a late scratching here last week. Placed behind Voodoo Moon in a trial here back on December 3. Has recorded 1 placing in his racing career. That placing was over this distance. Number 2 is Master Montecito, Christopher Diplock and Amy Herman combined. Placed behind Axel Batch Folly and Packs a Punch here on December 10. It's only 1.5 lengths from the winner on that occasion when sent out the race favourite. That was his first placing to date. Number 3, Never Astern for Jim Taylor and Bruno Nido. Finished 5th here last week in the race won by this clever boy. Defeated just over 4 lengths. Was placed in a trial prior to that effort. Number 4 is Tyson's Reef. Ismail Toka riding for Tammy Muir. Won a trial here on December 3 before being placed behind the impressive Panda's Nosy Boot here in the final event on the program last week. This gelding's been placed in all 3 runs on King Island, including 2 last season. 5 Avida for Robert Keys and Thomas Doyle. Comes up with the inside gate this afternoon. Another runner that was a late scratching here last week. Finished down the track in a trial prior to that. Number 6, Sienna, for Ian Johnson and Jamie Gibbons. Another one coming through the race run by Panda's Nosy Boot here last week, finishing 4th, just under 2.5 lengths from the winner. And Wandrity, number 7, for Christopher Diplock and Mehmet Yalusnar rounds out the field. Finished 4th last start behind Kookaburra, defeated just on 4 lengths on that occasion. Mehmet Yalusnar taking the ride from barrier 3. So a field of 7 to go round in our opening event. Jockeys are starting to mount up. On the track now, race number 1. Kataraki Angus Andrew James Maiden Handicap, our first event on the program. So we certainly thank Kataraki for jumping on board as a sponsor once again this season. Our first event's 5 minutes away.
Welcome everyone to the King Island Beef Day races. That was a great effort with Tommy Doyle. Good luck to Tommy. He's very, very brave. So we wish him luck for the race. So I'd like to welcome everybody here today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Don't forget your sunscreen, please, because the sun does burn here. So if you haven't already put your tickets for the lucky gate prize donated by K&K Mobile Van, write your name and phone number on it and put it in the top or the bottom box at the bars. And you must be here at the end of the day when we draw the $50 for the $50. There's also Simone Mullen, who was going around last week with the raffle. She's got a home barista donated by Terry Perry's, and also a prize donated by Heidi Waitchins, my sister, from King Island Distillery, a $70 voucher. King Island Dairy has also a $50 voucher. And there was one other one she did tell me just before, but I've forgotten already, I'm sorry. So please support us in buying a raffle ticket. And I hope everyone just has a wonderful day. Stay safe, everyone.
Starting to move in now for our first event. Sienna, the first runner, locked away. Wondertree about to be brought into line. Never a Stern about to be loaded away. So 4 out of line here for race 1. Master Montecito in the yellow cap. Stablemate Wondritry in the black cap. With Master Montecito going to be one of the next runners loaded away. So Master Montecito moves up. Tyson's Reef about to be next. So 2 out of line here, Make False Report, Navita. Nigel Shroon is the clerk of the course. Now he's near loaded every runner in some capacity behind the gates. Avita's got the inside gate, about to come up riderless. Goes into the inside gate. Tommy Doyle about to jump back into the saddle. We're about to get King Island Beef Day for 2022 underway. They're locked and loaded at the 1200 metres and the light's on. And they're away and racing, and the starter got them away to a beautiful line. Fast to break it was Never a Stern in search of the early lead. Tyson's Reef, Wondrity close up on the inside with Avita as they go over the crossing. Settling down behind those was Sienna, being followed in the event by Make False Report, and Master Montecito back out to the tail end of the field. They head on to Johnson's Corner for the first time today inside the 800 metre mark, and the 5-year-old gelding Tyson's Reef shows the way. A length and 3/4 the margin, Avita in second position. Then we've got a row of them out wider on the track. We've got Sienna who's making up ground. Make False Report out very wide, and close up with those was Wondrity, followed by Master Montecito and Never a Stern at the tail end of the field. Down the hill, inside the 500, Tyson's Reef shows the way, 3 parts of a length. Sienna in second spot. Third on the inside was Master Montecito. Avita heads the rest. They're about to swing for home. Inside the 300 metre point, and first of the judge was Tyson's Reef. Trying hard, Master Montecito with Sienna. Avita out wider on the track. 100 to go. Tyson's Reef about to be joined by Master Montecito. Master Montecito grabbed the lead in the shadows of the post and goes on to score. Master Montecito a length and a half. Tyson's Reef second. Sienna third. Avita was fourth. They were then followed in by Make False Report, Neverestern, and Wandrity was one of the last in. Amy Herman took home right of the day here last meeting. And it'll take another good ride to stop her from winning back-to-back titles. Taking out our first event today on this 4-year-old gelding, prepared by Chris Diplock. By Unencumbered from Miss Aristocrat. So it's 2-4-6-5. 2-4-6-5, confirmed by the judge. Master Montecito. Also owned by Chris. Breaking the maiden status today at start 7, defeating 4. Tyson's Reef, Tammy Muir and Ismail Toka. 3rd to 6, Sienna, Ian Johnson and Jamie Gibbons. Officially 4th was 5, Sienna. 2-4-6-5 in a time of 1:12.66. 1:12.66. The winner's time. Margins are 3 1/4 by 4 1/4. 3 1/4 by 4 1/4 for the margins. As runners return after race 1, the scales report will be a couple of minutes away. Correct weight. Correct weight, race 1, King Island. Correct weight, 2-4-6-5. 2-4-6-5, correct weight, race 1.
Congratulations to Chris Diplock, who is a trainer from Pakenham, who's come to live here for 2.5 months, training 7 horses all up. But Chris is busy getting 2 horses ready for the next race. So I'd like to congratulate him and also thank him very much for coming to King Island to support our racing club. Without Chris with his 7 horses, we'd be a little bit low in numbers. So, and thanks to Rod and Val McGarvey for giving up their property for Chris to house the horses, and for Aileen Hyde for his renting a room from Aileen. So, and also congratulations to everyone else. And I'd like to thank Kentariki Angus, Andrew James, who couldn't be here today, for sponsoring our club with a substantial amount of money. So thank you very much to Andrew. And the rugs got left behind at Highlands, so we'll present the rug to Chris next week. So once again, congratulations all round. And get your bets on for the next gallop. Thank you. Oh, I'd actually just like to mention that we do have Howie the bookie in his bookie's den down the bottom, and upstairs we've got Scotty up the top, so make sure you get your bets on. So we have 2 bookies on course. And the other prize for the raffle was a voucher from Legs, so it's lovely to dine in there. So make sure you buy your raffle tickets today. Thank you.
Wonder Tree about to be brought into line.
just another announcement. I just want to let everyone know that we've got Bill Hayes, the photographer here from Tasmania. The photos from last week are in the Secretary's office. If anyone wants to have a look at how professional Bill does them, they are absolutely wonderful. And if you would like a family photo or anything like that, just ask Bill. He's more than happy to do it. He's just sitting here under the veranda. So, and also Heather Archer, our secretary, who won on her horse won on Kookaburra last week, she said this is a grudge match between the secretary treasurer and the president. She's got Kookaburra in the next race, and I've got Congratulate and Squash. So we'll see how it goes. Could be fun. So enjoy your day, everyone.
Runners are in the yard for race number 2, the Manuka Properties Class B handicap over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Kookaburra for Jim Taylor and Bruno Nido. She was in the winners list here last week, defeating Maywin is the word by 1 1/4 lengths under the weight of 63.5 kilos. Goes up to 65 here. All 4 of her wins have been on this track. Number 2 is Maywin is the word. Rowan Hamer and Ismail Toka combined this gelding. They put together back-to-back wins last season. Resumed this season with a second place in behind Kookaburra when sent out the $1.60 favourite. Goes down a half kilo on that run. Number 3 is Axel Batch Folly for Jim Taylor and Randy Tan. The tongue tie goes off today. Broke his maiden status here, defeating Pax the Punch and Master Montecito, so that form line's been strengthened in our opening event with Master Montecito scoring. Number 4 is Brother Boomer for Robert Keys and Tom Doyle. Blinkers go off today. Failed to beat a runner home over the 1,000 metres here last week. Steps back up to the 1,200 metres where he has been placed in the past. 5 is Squash for Christopher Diplock and Amy Herman. Wasn't spotted here last week, but did win a trial here prior to that over the 600 metres, defeating Woods Point and Congratulate. All 4 wins have been here on this track, and she is 1 for 1 track and distance. Stablemate is 6 Congratulate. Christopher Diplock and Jamie Gibbons. Failed to beat a runner in a recent trial. And he's also another that's been placed here at the track and distance. And 7 Miss Bondi rounds out the field. Finished 5th behind Kookaburra here on December 10. When resuming, has a handy record, win second up. 1 win and 1 second placing, so could be one to keep an eye on. They're heading out for race number 2. So this is the Manuka Properties Class B handicap, and our start time is in 4 minutes. Arriving at the gates here, race 2. Just a reminder, if you know someone off track that wants to catch the action today, jump onto YouTube. And we're on Channel J today, so search for Channel J and hit the live icons, or follow the various prompts on Facebook as well. So a big audience today. Even people watching from Canada. So good day to John, Melissa, Madison and Izzy watching at a town called Cayley, south of Calgary. So we say good evening to them in the early hours of the evening in Canada, where it is very cold, they tell us. -1, I'm getting told.
Warm.
So it's a glorious day here on King Island. No wind. for the second meeting in a row, which is always a bonus. Anyway, these runners are at the start race 2. They'll be moving in shortly. Starting to move in. Kookaburra's loaded away. Axel Batch Follies moved up for the running of race number 2. Congratulating the yellow cap about to be loaded away. Squash the stablemate in the lime and pink corded cap about to get the blindfold attached. So we've got 4 runners out of line here for the running of race 2 on a glorious afternoon. So the jockey just dismounting on Squash, Amy Herman, in search of an early double today. Oh, they put the blindfold on this mare. So here comes Squash and the blindfold on, walks straight in. 3 more out of lane. Maywin is the word about to be brought in. Brother Boomer also out of line, and Miss Bondi another to be loaded away. She'll be next, Miss Bondi. Couple of barrier staff get in behind, and Miss Bondi walks in and backs out just as quick. Miss Bondi about to come back up. Jockey just dismounting there. Mehmet, you loosen up. Try this mare riderless. Miss Bondi halfway in. Nigel Shuring trying to encourage this runner into the gates. Miss Bondi, well, she gets halfway in but doesn't want to go any further. Area staff get in behind. Gate now closed, so Miss Bondi's in. Just struggling to get the gate shut behind. Looks like they've done that now. Mehmet Yalusina climbing back into the saddle. Brother Boomer into the inside gate. And Maywin is the word. Will be the last to get set. So just one out of line here. Starters on his stand as Maywin is the word. Moves in for the running of the Manuka Properties Class B Handicap, race 2 of the program. 1,200 metres, light flashing away. Gates are back. The field are set on their journey. And beginning nicely was Axel Batch Folly from Kookaburra. Close up with those was Squash, and down on the inside, Brother Boomer. In a midfield spot, Congratulate from Maywin is the word, and last of all, Miss Bondi. They head out onto Johnson's corner, and Axel Batch Folly shows the way. The 4-year-old gelding leads 3 parts of a length. Squash in second spot, 3 away in third was Kookaburra. On the inside, Brother Boomer, being followed by Maywin is the word. Congratulate second from last, and 2 away to Miss Bondi at the tail. Down the side, 600 metres to go near the pump shed, and it's Axel Batch Folly in front. A neck the margin over Squash. A length and a half away third was Kookaburra, being followed by Brother Boomer. Congratulate the next one from Maywin is the word, and last of all, Miss Bondi. Making their way up to the home 10 with around 300 metres left to travel. Axel Batch Folly shows the way. A half length for margin. Squash in second spot. Kookaburra being let down the centre of the track. And Maywin is the word, also making a strong challenge down the outside. Kookaburra raced up to join Axel Batch Folly. Kookaburra in front, getting close to home. And Kookaburra wins again. Kookaburra scores by a neck over Axel Batch Folly. Congratulate third from Squash. Followed in by Brother Boomer. Maywin is the word, and Miss Bondi was with the tail enders. One, 3, 6 and 5. The judges' placings on race 2. Kookaburra goes back to back. Bruno Nito and Jimmy Taylor combined with their 6-year-old daughter of Eurozone from Comical Lass. Raced by H. Archer, D. Denby, M. Mills, L. Agati. No doubt the connections will be pretty popular, as will course photographer Bill Hayes. There's some lovely portraits of Kookaburra's win here last start down in the race day office. 3, Axel Batch Folly second. Randy Tan riding for Jim Taylor. 6 third, Congratulate, Jamie Gibbons. And local trainer, Christopher Diplock. Officially 4th was 5, Squash. So 1, 3, 6 and 5 the judges' numbers. The race time was 1:13.33. 1:13.33. And it was a neck either way, a neck by a neck, where the margins on the Manuka Properties Class B handicap taken out by Kookaburra. Correct weight. Correct weight, race 2, 1365. 1365, correct weight, race 2.
Congratulations to Jimmy Taylor, the trainer, and well ridden by the jockey. And congratulations, Heather, you win. So I'm only third, so congratulations. So you'd like to say a few words, I hear.
That was a surprise run. She wasn't meant to win that. But anyway, we'll take the win. Thanks to Jim and his crew, Sue, the girls, Abby, Kirsty, who's not here, who put in the work and the hard yards for that horse and all the stable. And thanks to Manuka Properties for donating the sponsorship today. So thank you.
Well done, Heather. Congratulations. Enjoy your win. So I'll have to send Heather over to Mandy in the winners and grinners room. Heather deserves a champagne 2 weeks in a row. So, get your bets on for the pace. We next have our pace race. So enjoy.
at the 1200 metres, and the light's on. And they're away and racing, and the starter got them away to a beautiful line. Fast to break it was Never a Stern in search of the early lead. Tyson's Reef, Wandrity close up on the inside with Avita as they go over the crossing. Settling down behind those was Sienna, being followed in the event by Make False Report, and Master Montecito back out to the tail end of the field. They head on to Johnson's Corner for the first time today inside the 800 metre mark, and the 5-year-old Geldon Tyson's Reef shows the way. A length and 3/4 the margin, Avita in second position. Then we've got a row of them out wider on the track. We've got Sienna who's making up ground. Make False Report out very wide, and close up with those was Wandrity, followed by Master Montecito and Never a Stern at the tail end of the field. Down the hill, inside the 500, Tyson's Reef shows the way, 3 parts of a length. Sienna in second spot. Third on the inside was Master Montecito. Avita heads the rest. They're about to swing for home. Inside the 300 metre point, and first of the judge was Tyson's Reef. Trying hard, Master Montecito with Sienna. Avita out wider on the track. 100 to go. Tyson's Reef about to be joined by Master Montecito. Master Montecito grabbed the lead in the shadows of the post and goes on to score. Master Montecito a length and a half. Tyson's Reef second. Sienna third. Avita was fourth. They were then followed in by Make False Report, Never a Stern, and Wandrity was one of the last in. Amy Herman took home right of a day here last meeting. Amy Herman. Runners are in the yard for race number 3 today. First of our harness events, the JBS Australia Stakes. A field of 5 to go round, scratching of 1, Let's Have Fun, 2, Tizu Sky, for Jacob White and Paula Mallinson, 5-year-old mare, who's yet to win in 17 starts. Finished 5th here last start behind Tizu Storm. Finishing down the track on that occasion. 3 out Ideal Fella for James and Peter Jakowenko. Finished down the track here last start. In the race won by Rock and Roll Nitro. Was a Bernie winner 3 starts back. 4 Tizu Storm for Caleb and Paul Williams. Was promoted to first here last week after another runner went inside the marker pegs. That was the gelding's first win. 5 is Pawnbroker's Lad for Adrian Collins and Peter Jakowenko. Was first past the post before being disqualified here last week. Was a handy effort. And if he produces his best form, shouldn't be far away. And 6 is Who's Watching Now. Shane Keeler, the trainer-driver, placed here last start behind Tizu Storm and Alcatraz, but did do a little bit wrong after the start. Runners are on the track now, race 3, I should say. On the track, JBS Australia Stakes, 1735 metres, scratching of 1. Let's Have Fun. A field of 5 to go round at 5 minutes to 2. Arriving at the start, race number 3, still around 5 minutes to start time here, so still a little bit of time up our sleeve. A few minor gear adjustments taking place for the standing start event, so they start 2/3 of the way down the home straight. They'll race to the winning post and do 1 lap. One minute away from the start, 1 minute. About to come up. JBS Australia Stakes. 1735 metres. Late scratching of Let's Have Fun leaves Tizu Sky as the sole front marker. Rest of the field off 10. Our Ideal Fella, Tizu Storm, Pawnbroker's Lad, and Who's Watching Now? So they walk up into position. Starter should get them very quickly here. Tapes are back, they're away. Going a little bit sideways was Who's Watching Now. The driver of Pawnbroker's Lad done a nice job to stay in the cart. Tizu Sky was a little bit fractious away off the inside. And this left Tizu Storm in front by the winning post the first occasion, out by 10 metres. Pawnbroker's Lad in second spot. Who's Watching Now third. Our Ideal Fella last of the main body, and Tizu Sky's tailed right off after a poor beginning. They head out towards the track entry of around 1,400 metres to travel. And Tizu Storm shows the way here for Caleb Williams, out in the lead by 5 or 6 metres. Pawnbroker's Lad in second spot. Who's Watching Now third. They were then being followed by Our Ideal Fella, who's last of the main body in fourth position. And out the back, tailed off, was Tizu Sky. So they head to the back of the course in the direction of the 1,100 metre mark and the crossing coming up here. And it's Tizu Storm showing the way. 4-year-old gelding out in the lead by a clear sulky's length as they get over the crossing. In second spot, Pawnbroker's Lad. He was first past the post here last week before losing the race in the Steward's Room, so he's hoping for better luck this time. In third spot was Who's Watching Now for Shane Keeler. 7 metres away then to the James Shakawenko driving Our Ideal Fella, and Tizu Sky is the best part of 150 metres away at the tail. They're on Johnson's corner. Inside the 700 metre point, Tizu Sky just been tapped up by Caleb Williams, or Tizu Storm I should say, out in the lead by 3 or 4 metres. Second spot, Pawnbroker's Lad. There's been no moves at the 600. 4.5 metres away in third spot was Who's Watching Now. And last of all of the main group was Our Ideal Fella. Down the side with around 500 metres. And as they go down the hill, in front is Tizu Storm being tapped up by Williams. The margin still 3.5 metres. Pawnbroker's Lad with the cold sit in second spot. In third position as they make their way around the home bend. Who's Watching Now from Our Ideal Fella in the home straight at the 250. Straight in the leader is Tizu Storm. Off its back, putting in a strong challenge now was Pawnbroker's Lad. Tizu Storm and Pawnbroker's Lad come away to battle it out. Who's Watching Now late on the scene. Tizu Storm still in front. Pawnbroker's Lad running out of time. Tizu Storm leads all the way. Tizu Storm too good. 3.5 metres. Pawnbroker's Lad. Who's Watching Now got up for third. A gap in the field to Our Ideal Fella, and Tizu Sky, after the poor beginning, is going to follow them in at the tail end of the field. Number 4, Tizu Storm. 3 harness events on the island this season have all been prepared by Paul Williams. And that continues here. Tizu Storm, driven by his grandson Caleb. 4-year-old gelded son of Heston Blue Chip from Tizu Holly. He's proved too strong in front, was under vigorous driving down the side of the course, but has kept responding late to record his second career win, I should say, at start 3. 5, Pawnbroker's Lad second. Adrian Collins driving for Peter Jakawenko. Third, 6, Who's Watching Now? Shane Keeler, the trainer driver. Fourth in 3, Our Ideal Fella. 4, 5, 6 and 3. The judges' numbers on the JBS Australia Stakes. Taken out by Tizu Storm. Here's the runner's return. All clear. All clear, race 3, King Island. All clear, 4, 5, 6, 3. 4, 5, 6, 3. All clear, right to go. Collect off. How are we on race 3?
Paul, are you coming back to receive the trophy, please? Oh, the Skid Road crew. Okay, I'll leave it to the boys. Congratulations, Paul.
Ahead of the presentation, the winner's time was 2:28.06. 2:28.06. The winner scored by 2 metres. It was 1.5 metres between second and third. 2 metres by 1.5. And we've already got the all clear on the third.
So would the Skid Road connections like to come in to receive your trophy? Is Boyd Hoare around? Boyd, are you busy? Simone Lee, if you're still on course, would you like to come down to receive the trophy in the presentation for the Skid Road Syndicate? Simone Lee, would you like to come down with all this lovely lot of blokes down here? We're just waiting also for Boyd Hoare. He's representing JBS. He's going around the course picking up the cones from the last pace race. So it won't be long and we'll do the presentation. Okay, here's Boyd. Did you see him breaking the speed limit down the home straight to come and present the trophy? Okay, there we go, Boyd. That's so once again, thank you to JBS. They've been sponsors of King Island Racing Club for a very long time now. And Boyd would love to present that to Skid Road. The trainer is Paul Williams and the driver was Caleb. And congratulations to everyone. And once again, thanks to JBS for sponsoring. I'll hand over to you.
JBS like to sponsor. We've been on it for a while now. I don't know how many years we've been doing it now, but it's a good ride by Caleb, drive I mean. So everything went well. So I'll hand over to the boys. Who's going to take the... Peter Watson. There's your trophy, Peter. Congratulations, Brendan, Simone, Peter, Robbie Payne, Wayne Hamer, and I'll hand back to the President.
Thank you. So who's edging for the... Oh, there we go.
Thanks, JBS Board, for that. It's about time we got something out of them. You know, we don't get much, but apparently we're getting a bit of feed up with the beef group today, a bit of free meat. It's very nice. Anyway, I'd like to thank Dr. Paul, Janine, this horse, Carlin for driving it, done a really good job. And enjoy the day. It was good to see that we proved the point. The horse is pretty good.
Thanks, Worm. And while they're all here, I'd just like to introduce Robbie Payne here. He's our new patron. Sadly, Graham Connolly, who's been our patron for quite some time, passed away in April this year. And Robbie rang me and said that if we wanted a patron, that he would do the job. He's also a life member. He's been around the racing club here for at least 40, probably 2 or 3 years now. So I'll just hand you over to Robbie.
Thank you, Audrey. Nothing much to say apart from that it was an honour to be able to take on the patron job. Obviously, my involvement with Graham extends back a lot of years. He was the one that got me into the stewarding side of racing and basically sent us along the road of chairman of stewards, and only because he was stepping back out of every job that I was taking on. So anyway, the fact that he has left us now, and there was a person that I thought might be able to help the racing club, and I'm very happy to do whatever I can to support you as president and the racing club into the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Well, I'll give you my list after today. Is Boyd Hoare around?
JBS Australia Stakes.
if you happen to be looking for Simone Mullen for the raffle, she's had to go home. So we've got the raffle book in the secretary's office. So come on down and buy a ticket from Heather Archer in the secretary's office. Remember, you've got to be in it to win it. There's 4 great prizes. Thanks, everyone.
Runners are in the yard for race number 4. It's the third of our thoroughbred events today, the Waverley Station Maiden. And racing over 1,600 metres, a fantastic start point right in front of the hill here in the home straight. Number 1 in the race is Lenny's Ready for Christopher Diplock and Amy Herman. Finished third here last week behind This Clever Boy. Carried 61 kilos on that occasion, goes up a kilo here. And has barrier 3 to contend with. Number 2 is Midnight Kisses for Robert Keys and Thomas Doyle. This mare recorded her first placing in the race won by This Clever Boy over the 1,400 metres here last week. Another to go up a kilo in the weights and has drawn barrier 5. Number 3 is Spy Ninja for Ian Johnson and Jamie Gibbons. Finished 4th in the race won by This Clever Boy here last start. Goes up a half kilo in the weights. Couple of gear changes as well. The bandages go off in front for the first time, but they go on behind for the first time, and the brushing boots go on as well. Pummel is number 4 for Jim Taylor and Bruno Nito. Won a trial here on December 3, defeating Noodle Soup by a narrow margin in 36.53 for the 600 metres. Then stepped up to the 1,400 metres here last week, finishing 5th behind Woods Point. Goes up to 61.5 Sniper Strike. Jim Taylor prepares. Randy Tan in the saddle with 57.5 kilos. The nasal strip goes off for the first time. This gelding failed to beat a runner home here last start over the 1,400 metres. Steps up in distance today. Both placings have been here on this track. So a field of 6 to go around. Jockeys mounting up for the Waverley Station Maiden. On the track for race number 4, the Waverley Station Maiden. Racing over the 1,600 metres, it's clear of scratchings and start time at 2:30, which is 5 minutes away. Arriving at the gates. Arriving at the gates, race 4. They're about to commence the loading procedure here for race 4. Here's Spy Ninja joining Sniper Strike in the gates. Lenny's ready, about to be brought into line. Half the field loaded away. Here's Pummel, 3-year-old gelding, prepared by Jim Taylor. Bruno Nito taking the ride, being loaded away. Midnight Kiss is about to move up. Shout out to some of the owners watching on the Gold Coast this afternoon on our live stream. And Serene Highness goes into the outside gate. So the field locked and loaded for race 4. Waverley Station Maiden, 1,600 metres. Lights on, and they're away and racing. Starter got them away well. Sniper Strike off the inside, showing speed. Pummel also taking up a forward position. And Midnight Kiss is 3 wide into the first bender. Spy Ninja behind those in 4th placing. And the stablemates back at the tail end. Lenny's ready in the yellow cap and the black cap of Serene Highness. Making their way up the side of a course, 1,300 metres to travel. And the 5-year-old gelding Sniper Strike shows the way. A length and a quarter the margin. Pummel in second spot. Third, the inside Spy Ninja. Midnight Kiss is the outside. And 2 lengths away then to Lenny's Ready from Serene Highness. Making their way along the back of the course as they go over the crossing towards the 1,000 metre point. And Sniper Strike trying to lead all the way for Randy Tan. A length and a half the margin. Midnight Kisses works up into second placing. Third was Pummel the inside. Then we've got Spy Ninja, who's third from last. Second from last was Serene Highness, who's racing the outside of Lenny's Ready. Out onto Johnson's Corner with around 650 metres left to travel. Sniper Strike makes every post a winning one. Out in the lead by 2 lengths. Midnight Kiss is in second spot. Spy Ninja third, the inside. Pummel the next one with Serene Highness out 3 horses wide with Lenny's Ready at the tail end of the field. They start the run down the hill with around 450 metres left to travel. Sniper Strike shows the way and neck the margin. Midnight Kiss is in second spot. Spy Ninja with a drop on those in third placing. Lenny's Ready, Serene Highness and Pummel dropping out of the affair. They swing for home. 200 metres to travel. Sniper Strike the inside of Midnight Kisses. Out wide running on was Lenny's Ready. Midnight Kisses grabbed the lead, but Lenny's Ready down the outside's finishing off strongly. Midnight Kisses wants to run around a bit. Lenny's Ready the outside. They hit the line. Midnight Kisses has won it. Lenny's Ready second. Third across the line was Sniper Strike, followed in by Spy Ninja. Pummel was well back with Serene Highness. Brilliant finish. Judge will take a look at his computer screen to separate Midnight Kisses and the fast finishing Lenny's Ready. So it's a photo finish between numbers 1 and 2, or 2 and 1. The judge has been spoilt with some handy margins in the first few races today, but He'll be earning his keep here on the Waverley Station Maiden. So all eyes on the back of a judge's box. Waiting for these numbers to go into the frame. Midnight Kisses was in front. She was inclined to run it around a bit late. Lenny's Ready's finished off strongly. Two, Midnight Kisses is in the frame. One, Lenny's Ready second. And the judge having another look at the photo for third. That goes to 6, Sniper Strike. 2, 1, 6. The numbers on race 4, 2, 1 and 6. Midnight Kisses the winner. For Robert Keys, and Thomas Doyle has proven too strong here over the mile to break her maiden status by Kiss and Make Up from Silent Harmony, raced by M. Lehman. Number 2, the winner. 1, Lenny's Ready second, Amy Head riding for Chris Diplock. 6, Sniper Strike third, Randy Tan and Jim Taylor combining. 4th went the way of 3, Spy Ninja. 2, 1, 6 and 3 the numbers as runners return after the running of the Waverley Station Maiden. The time for the 1600 metres was 1:42.23. 1:42.23 the winner's time. Margins were a half neck by 5 1/4. A half neck by 5 1/4. 2:163. The scales report won't be too far away on race 4. Correct weight, 2163. 2163, correct weight on race number 4. Presentation will be conducted in just a moment.
Thanks, Duncan. So I have Robert Keys here, the trainer, and the donor of the trophy, the manager of Waverley Station, is Jamie Roebuck. So congratulations to everybody, and I'll hand you over to Jamie to say a few words. Thank you, Jamie.
G'day everyone. Congratulations to Mick Lehman, who's not here, and Codge the trainer. He's doing a pretty good job this year. And also to Tommy, it was a pretty good ride. So hope everyone up in the beef, eat your beef's having a good day without me. Enjoy.
You're making a pig while you're not there.
Yeah.
I'll just hand you over to Codge now to say a few words.
Thank you, Jamie, for behalf of Waverley Station. Much appreciated. Mick used to be a slaughterman, so he'd know what the beef cattle are like on King Island. I know you're watching, Mick. Yeah, really happy. Pretty grateful you had the trust in sending us to us, and yeah, we'll keep kicking up now, so thank you.
Thanks, Codge. Congratulations. Thank you. And thank you to Mick for buying a horse to send down to Codge to keep supporting our King Island Racing Club. Shame you can't be here, but yeah, like Codge said, you're watching on Facebook.
Craig, can you take that in there?
clock, 1,600 metres. And the runners are on the track. Arriving at the gates now, at the gates, race 5. Laid up procedure about to commence for the running of the TRT Pastoral Class B. As I touched on, many of these, no doubt, on a path to the King Island Cup here on January 2. Superior Ideology locked away. His Clever Boy moves up. Fritz about to move into line. So 2 more to get set at the 1,600 metres. Mr. Zygmunt and Panda's Nosy Boot will be the last 2 to get set. Panda's Nosy Boot in the red colours with the white Maltese cross. About to be brought into line. Thomas Doyle riding this 6-year-old mare for Robert Keys. Couple of barrier boys get in behind. move straight in. Mr. Zygmunt to be the last. Just about set for the 5th event. Mr. Zygmunt about to complete the line. 7-year-old gelding walks in. They're locked and loaded for the TRT Pastoral Class B handicap, light and racing. And off the inside, Superior Ideology began well. This Clever Boy showing speed. Mr. Zygmunt out wider on the track, followed by Fritz, and taking up the tail into the field was Panda's Nosy Boot. Out onto the 1400 metres, and after the first 200 metres, it's this Clever Boy showing the way. 3 parts of a length, Mr. Zygmunt in second spot. Fritz is holding down third. 4th on the inside as ahead to the back of a course, Superior Ideology and Panda's Nosy Boot at the tail end. They put the 1200 metre mark behind them. And showing the way here was this Clever Boy for Ismail Toker. A half length for margin. Mr. Zygmunt is in second spot, a length and a half away to Fritz, who's holding down third spot, covering up Superior Ideology and Panda's Nosy Boot at the tail end of the field. As they go towards the 900, this Clever Boy, the 4-year-old gelding, shows the way, a half neck. Mr. Zygmunt the outside in second spot. Third, the inside was Superior Ideology. Fritz was on the outside in 4th place in. And watching the action unfold from the tail end of the field was Panda's Nosy Boot. They swing down the side of the course towards the 600 metre mark. And showing the way here was this Clever Boy from Mr. Zygmunt. And just like last week, Panda's Nosy Boot takes off 3 horses wide. Behind those was Fritz and a length and a half away to Superior Ideology, but with a searching run, Panda's Nosy Boot raced up to take the lead in the direction of the 400. Mr. Zygmunt second, third on the inside, this Clever Boy. Fritz was next as they make their way around the home bend, and Panda's Nosy Boot's first for the judge. In second spot was this Clever Boy. Holding down third position was Fritz back on the inside, but Panda's Nosy Boot out wide in front. This Clever Boy, they're wide on the track here with Panda's Nosy Boot just in front. And Panda's Nosy Boot too good, I fancy, for this Clever Boy. Fritz was third, and a photo for 4th and last between Superior Ideology and Mr. Zygmunt. Judge will look at the photo here. They ended up very wide on the track over the final 250 metres. Panda's Nosy Boot with a searching run from around the 600 metre mark has finished off strongly. It's taken off course in the straight as we await the judge to post the numbers, and they are about to be posted. After the TRT Pastoral Class B handicap, it has been won by 3 Panda's Nosy Boot, 2 this Clever Boy second, 5 Fritz third, 4th in 1 Mr. Zygmunt. Numbers race 5 King Islander, 3251, 3251. Race 5, our 4th thoroughbred event on the program. Panda's Nosy Boot for Robert Keys and Thomas Doyle is a 6-year-old daughter of Reset from Sticky Beak, raced by a host of owners here on the island. There is a large number of them, and no doubt they'll be celebrating this mare's second win of the season, of course defeating mayoral privileges here last week. 2 this Clever Boy second, Ismail Toker, Tammy Muir. 5 Fritz for Jamie Gibbons and Robert Keys third in front of 1 Mr. Zygmunt. 3, 2, 5 and 1. Time for the 1600 metres was 147.53. 147.53. The winner scored by a half head. 2 1/4 separated second and third. A half head by 2 1/4. 3, 2, 5, 1. Past the post on race 5. Correct weight, race 5, 3251, 3251, correct weight, race 5.
Okay, we have correct weight, which I didn't hear earlier. So we'll now do the presentation for TRT. So Rudolph, would you like to come in to do the presentation for TRT? Thank you.
So is it a share or a horse between all of you guys?
Perfect.
Gee, what a crew we have here. Big lineup. Are you going to get them all in the photo, Bill?
Of course we can. Breathe in.
Excellent. So on behalf of TRT, I'd like to thank them very much for sponsoring again this year. And I have on my left Rudolph, who works for TRT, and on behalf of them, he will present the winners with a trophy, a little bit of cash to share in amongst them. So I'll let Rudolph say a few words.
Thanks. I'd just like to congratulate all you guys on winning. It was an absolute great race. And congratulations to the jockey. Phenomenal riding. So, yeah, congratulations, guys.
So, who would like the money? Oh, Brett puts his hand up. So, and you'll have a say.
Thanks, Audrey. Thank you, Rudolph. First of all, big thank you to the sponsors. I think I say it every time I make a speech, but without sponsors, we don't race. So greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy, for your great ride. Good job, mate. But we'd also like to really thank Kirsty and Nigel for sending the horse over to us. It's really good. Greatly appreciated for their support. And Nigel coming today to help out with Clerk of the Course and barriers. And also a big thanks to Xander and Norma being the backbone of the stable this year. So thank you.
Thanks, Brett. And I might just ask Tommy, how is he enjoying King Island?
Thank you, Audrey. Yeah, it's been a great experience. It's lovely that to be able to come over here without interfering with, racing so much on the mainland, and it's been great.
Excellent. So you'll be back next season?
Yeah, hopefully I can team up with Codge again and we can go again.
Excellent. So you won't be here to help clod the track tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow. I've got to get home to my dog.
After official trial day, Tommy even helped clod the track. So, it's jockeys like that really help us out. Thank you very much. Enjoy your win.
As I touched on, many of these
Just a reminder to everyone again, your ticket that you got at the gate, which is a $50 entry prize, don't forget to write your name on it and put it in the tubs at either the top bar or down the bottom bar. And also, if you haven't got a raffle ticket in our wonderful raffle today, please go and see Heather in the Secretary's office and come and buy a raffle ticket. You've got to be in it to win it. Thanks, everyone.
Runners are in the yard for race number 6, our second last event, the second of our harness races as well. This is the Elders Stakes over 2,079 metres. It's a standing start event. A field of 5 to go around. Number 1 is Alcatraz. Paul Williams, the trainer driver of this gelded son of Mr. Feelgood out of the Perfect Dartman Gold Leaf Art. Has recorded 1 win from 10 starts. Runner-up to Tizu Storm here last start. This is this pace's first try at a standing start, so be interesting to see what his manners look like. Number 2 is Elegantly Spoken. Graham Keeley driving for Sam Keeley, an 8-year-old gelded son of Well Said, who has won 2 races. First up, this preparation hasn't been seen at the races since finishing 4th here on January 2, behind Bet on Black. So interesting to see what he does first up from a break. Off 10 metres is number 3, My Flying Spare, for Adrian Collins and Peter Jakowenko. Adrian in the Team Teal promotional colours. This gelding's won 3 races in a 37 start career. Been placed in 1 of 3 starts here on King Island. That was a third behind Rock and Roll Nitro last week, where he was inclined to over race. 4, Rock and Roll Nitro for Caleb and Paul Williams. A 4-year-old gelded son of Rock and Roll Heaven, who was a winner here last week. Handy performance on that occasion, leading most of the way. And another that is having their first try at a standing start race. And number 5, Fighting Fire. James Jakowenko driving for Peter, the 5-year-old gelded son of Roll with Joe, who was placed behind Rock and Roll Nitro here last week. Did go a little bit roughly down the hill. If he was able to stay in his gate, would have made that finish a lot closer. And interesting to see what he can do. So they're in the yard. Handicaps, numbers 1 and 2 off the front. 3 is off 10 metres. And numbers 4 and 5 will have a 20-metre handicap. And they'll be heading out shortly for race 6. Start time at 3:40, which is 11 minutes away. On the track, race 6, the Elders Stakes, a harness event over 2,079 metres, a standing start. And start time recapping at 3:40. 5 minutes to start time, 5 minutes. They are arriving at the start here, race 6. 4, 5, 3 and 1 my selections. Rock and Roll Nitro to go back to back for me. Good win here last start. 20 metre handicap. Slight concern about a small field and only 3 runners in front of him with a safe getaway. I thought he looked the one to beat here. Fighting Fire, very good. I thought in second. If he didn't go roughly down the side, he definitely would have made the finish interesting. My Flying Spare and Alcatraz for my top 4. So 4, 5, 3, 1 my numbers here. As these runners at the start. Final gear adjustments taking place, but still a couple of minutes away from advertised start time. 2,079 metres the journey of this event. Adrian Collins out of the card on My Flying Spare. Wouldn't be a standing start race without Adrian out of the sulky adjusting some gear. Less than 1 minute to start time here, less than 1 minute for the Elders Stakes. Standing start event, so they start over near the pump shed at the 5:50. They'll make their way down to the winning post and then do another lap. So they're about to be called up into line. Alcatraz elegantly spoken of the 2 front markers. My Flying Spare off 10 metres, Rock and Roll Nitro and Fighting Fire off 20. They are the handicaps as the tapes are being drawn. Starter makes his way on his platform and they're about to turn in. Won't take too long. Just about set. Alcatraz to come right up. My Flying Spare to straighten. Just about ready. Tapes are back, they're away. My Flying Spare didn't go away. Rest of the field began nicely with Elegantly Spoken. Going to take up the role as pacemaker over Alcatraz. They get out by 10 metres over Rock and Roll Nitro, who's up into third spot, and they're well clear of Fighting Fire. And My Flying Spare is at the tail end of the field. So they're making their way around the home bend on the first occasion. And it's the 8-year-old gelding Elegantly Spoken showing the way by 3 metres. Alcatraz in second spot. Third was Rock and Roll Nitro. And a break in the field to the chasing pack of Fighting Fire and My Flying Spare. They're about to tack on. Inside the 1,600 metre mark, and they're about to go into the final circuit. It's Elegantly Spoken for Graham Keeley showing the way. Still by 3.5 metres. Alcatraz in second spot. Rock and Roll Nitro third. Fourth in the event was Fighting Fire, and My Flying Spare is last of the group. They head out onto the 1,400 metre bend, and as they start the run up the side of the course, it's Elegantly Spoken, making every poster winning one by 2.5 metres. Alcatraz works one away now to lead up the one wide line second for Paul Williams. Third in the race was the stablemate Rock and Roll Nitro, being driven by Caleb Williams. Second from last Fighting Fire for James Jacowenko, and My Flying Spare for Adrian Collins is last of all. They head towards the crossing with around 1,100 metres left remaining, and on the outside Alcatraz just shading Elegantly Spoken. Getting a nice run, one out and one back was Rock and Roll Nitro. 4 metres away in the race, Fighting Fire. 7 or 8 metres back then to My Flying Spare being tapped up. They head out onto Johnson's Corner towards the half mile, and Alcatraz the outside of Elegantly Spoken. They're going nose for nose. In second spot, Rock and Roll Nitro, who's had every chance one by one. Fighting Fire second from last, and My Flying Spare last of all. Down the side, 700 metres to travel. Alcatraz has drawn 2 metres clear of Elegantly Spoken. Rock and Roll Nitro poised to pounce in third spot. They'll being followed after a gap of 5 or 6 metres in the event of Fighting Fire, and My Flying Spare back on the inside with around 500 metres left to travel. It's Alcatraz in front, a metre the margin. Elegantly Spoken trying to fight back the inside. Rock and Roll Nitro is going to try and outsprint his rivals in the straight third, and they race right away from the others as they go towards the 350 metre mark. Alcatraz in front, 1.5 metres the margin. My Flying Spare second. About to be produced 3 horses wide was Rock and Roll Nitro at the top of the home straight. Alcatraz being gobbled up by Rock and Roll Nitro, who went straight on by. Rock and Roll Nitro put up 2 or 3 metres over Alcatraz. Elegantly Spoken, but those two are only battling out the minor money behind Rock and Roll Nitro. Off the 20 metre handicap, he goes back to back. Rock and Roll Nitro too good by 3.5 metres, and it's another winner for Paul Williams. Alcatraz second, third Elegantly Spoken, a long gap back to My Flying Spare and Fighting Fire. 4 harness events for the season, and they've all been trained by Paul Williams. And 3 of those winners have been driven by his grandson Caleb. For 1 and might just check those numbers for third. That's better. 4, 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 3. So Rock and Roll Nitro, the winner. Caleb and Paul Williams combining with this gelded son of Rock and Roll Heaven and of the jet lag mare Largell. Raced by J. Jones, G. Lee, K. Lewis, A. Lewis and B. Finn. 2 starts for the racing season here on the island for 2 wins. 1 Alcatraz second, trained and driven by Paul Williams, giving him the training Quinella. 2 Elegantly Spoken third, Graham Keeley driving for his daughter Samantha. 4th in 3, My Flying Spare. Numbers on race 6 today are 4, 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 3 as runners return after the running of the Elders Stakes. So there's not too many certainties in racing. But one thing for sure is Caleb Williams will pick up the King Island Club Drive of the Day award, because after winning both harness events, there's not too many others that could take out that award. The winner's time was 2:57.61. 2:57.61 the winner's time. The margins were 2.1 metres by 2.8. 2.1 of a metre by 2.8 the margins. And the all clear's up. All clear's been given by our Chairman of Stewards today, Mr. Ross Neal. It's 4-1-2-3. 4-1-2-3, all clear right to pay, race 6. Start.
Congratulations again to Paul Williams. He's got a double today. And congratulations to Caleb. It's great to have Caleb back here racing. He grew up here. And and thank you to Elders for sponsoring the race. They've been long-term sponsors. So I'll hand you over to Mandy to say a few words.
Thanks, Audrey. On behalf of Elders, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Paul and the Connections for the great win. Elders have been long-term sponsors of the King Island Racing Club, and we appreciate in return the custom that we get from the trainers of the King Island Carnival. The track looks in great fettle. Congratulations to all involved, and the champagne in the Williams Brothers Post is lovely. Thank you.
Thanks, Mandy. Thanks, Elders, for the trophy, and thanks, Elders, for all the good tucker this year, because it seems to be working pretty good. Thank you. And thanks, Caleb, for the great drives today.
Okay, thank you again to everyone. And Mandy touched on the condition of the track. We need to thank Warren Fisher, Shane Graves, Danny Hamer, Wayne Hamer. They do a lot of work to keep everything in condition here at the track. Any maintenance needs to be done, they're here to do it all. So thank you very much to those guys and everyone else that puts in to help keep this track and club going. And without our secretary, Heather Archer, and our Chris Conn, who does the race books, thank you so much. There's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes on here. So thank you to everyone, and hopefully everyone's having a wonderful time. We've got one race to go, so make sure you put your $50 gate prize entry into the boxes, and if you wanted a raffle ticket, please come along and see Heather at the Secretary's office. And any winners can go in and see Mandy in the winners' room. So thank you to Mandy for being our hostess with the mostess, and thank you to my daughter Jessica for doing the platter. And there's just so many people to thank. So, but yeah, after the last race, we'll do the draws for the raffle and the $50 prize. Thanks, everyone.
Runners are in the yard for our last event on the program. Race number 7, the Tom Wilshire Memorial Maiden over 1,400 metres. And a field of 7 to go round here for our final event on the program. A number of minus rest cup hopefuls to do battle here, including number 1, Afridi for Robert Keys and Tom Doyle. 4-year-old gelding was runner-up behind Woods Point here last week, defeated a length. And comes into this event second up from a spell. Thomas Doyle riding at 63.5 kilos from barrier 3. Number 2, Voodoo Moon for Jamie Gibbons and Ian Johnson. Placed behind Kookaburra here last week. Kookaburra strengthening that form line earlier today. Was a trial winner prior to that. As this gelding will jump from barrier number 2. 3 Trade Statement for Chris Diplock and Amy Herman. That combination looking to bookend the program. They teamed up with Master Montecito to score in race 1. Trade Statement finished down the track here last time. We sent out $1.50 favourite. Does drop a kilo in the weights. 4 Mayoral Privileges for Jim Taylor and Randy Tan. A lot to like about this gelding. Second here last week behind Panda's Nosy Boot when bursting home late. No doubt the extra trip will be appreciated by this 3-year-old gelding. 5 is Packs a Punch, another minus rest cup hopeful. Placed behind Axel Batch Folly here last time out. Master Montecito, as we touched on, was third in that race and has won earlier today. He's only 3/4 of a length behind the winner. Here's Maltoka taking the ride. 6, Like a Mosh for Jim Taylor and Bruno Nido. Gets the blinkers on again. Comes up with barrier 1 today, and another that rises in trip after finishing down the track over the 1,000 metres here last week. Number 7, Noodle Soup. Rounds out the field. Debbie Monson prepares. Mehmet Yalusnar taking the ride. Should take benefit of the first up 5th here last Saturday. So a field of 7, jockeys are up. And start time for our last event on the program today is at 4:15, which is 6 minutes away. On the track for the last Tom Wilshire Memorial Maiden. No scratchings. We're 5 minutes out. Caleb Williams to report to the barriers, please. Caleb Williams to the barriers. Arriving at the gates. Two minutes to start time, 2 minutes. Starting to move in now at the 1400 metres for our last race. Voodoo Moon, the first runner, locked away. Afridi about to join the line. We race here on Boxing Day, very popular meeting ahead of the Cup Day on January 2 on the public holiday Monday. As the line's taking good shape here for the last. 3 more to get set. Here's Packs a Punch coming up. Like a Mosh about to go to the inside gate. And Trade Statement will be the last. So this is the Tom Wilshire Memorial Maiden, racing over 1,400 metres. And we're just about ready to race. Light. Starter didn't hold them long. They're away and racing in the last, and beginning nicely was Like a Mosh off the inside gate. Packs a Punch rushing forward, and Trade Statement out wider on the track. Freddie behind those in 4th and 5th place in as Voodoo Moon goes through along the inside. Getting back in the race was Mayoral Privileges, and Noodle Soup was 3 lengths away at the tail. Making their way over the crossing near the 1,000 metres, and Like a Mosh shows the way a half length. Trade Statement in 2nd spot, a length and a half away 3rd, Packs a Punch, and on the inside was Voodoo Moon. 2 lengths away then to Afridi, and 3 away to Mayoral Privileges, and tailed off was Noodle Soup. On the to Johnson's Corner for the last time today, and showing the way here was Like a Mosh. The 5-year-old mare is out by 3 parts of a length over Trade Statement in 2nd spot. 3rd, Packs a Punch. Voodoo Moon on the inside 4th. Afridi was next, followed in the event by Mayoral Privileges, and Noodle Soup along last. Down the hill towards the 400. Like a Mosh travels strongly up to the home bend. 3 lengths in front of Packs a Punch. In 3rd spot, Trade Statement. Afridi runs on out wider on the track. Voodoo Moon heads the rest. In the home straight, 200 to travel. Like a Mosh straightens a handy leader. 3 or 4 lengths in front. Afridi out of the pack trying to take ground off Like a Mosh, who's travelling strongly in the run to the line. And Like a Mosh breaks the maiden status for Jimmy Taylor and Bruno Nito. Too good. Mayoral Privileges got up for 2nd. Afridi was 3rd, followed in by Packs a Punch, Trade Statement, Voodoo Moon, and Noodle Soup was always well back throughout. Stand by for official numbers on the Tom Wilshire Memorial Maiden. Race 7 on the program, taken out in fine style by 6 Like a Mosh. Prepared by Jim Taylor. Great front running ride by Bruno Nito. 5-year-old daughter of Moshe. Race by Jay Taylor. Has been too good for 4. Mayoral Privileges flashing through the field again for 2nd, giving Jim the training Quinella. Randy Tan in the saddle. 1 Afridi 3rd, Robert Keys and Thomas Doyle combining. 4th went the way of 5, Packs a Punch. Numbers on the last race today are 6, 4, 1 and 5. 6, 4, 1 and 5, the numbers on the last event.